Hello, hello. And welcome back to me working on cast. What are we going to do though? What are we going to do? Hello, Nigel. What are we going to do? Just some random stuff, probably. Improving the language. Or maybe I should work on the LSP actually. Or like add even more features to the LSP would be really nice, you know? Hello, Nerdsel. So we have this example, right? We have inlay hints, we have hover functionality, we have highlighting, we have formatting. Okay, what else can we do? What else can we do is we can implement going to definition, maybe. If you become features to LSP, cast might actually become usable. I think so too, yes. I really like the LSP. Maybe we can actually then do the rewrite in cast immediately, you know? And like, you know what I mean? Maybe not like immediately, but like very quickly, you know? So that I don't need to write the OCaml anymore. So yeah, how about I add go to definition and also maybe find all references kind of thing. Right? Something like that. So how does that work? Let's try. Let's piece back. Go to the server provides go to definition support. The server provides go to declaration support. Okay, what's the difference between declaration and there's also implementation? Okay, server provides 5 references. There's also code lens. What's code lens? Signature help support. What's signature help? Completion, auto completion, of course, yes. I need everything. Auto completion would be just completing everything that's available in the current position, right? That should be doable. I don't think auto completion is the most important thing. Oh wait, rename. Rename actually is even more important, probably. Rename is probably more important. Rename provider. It's kind of like tied to the go into definition and these things, right? And finding all references though. Maybe let's start with what's color provider? The server provides color provider support. What is that? Actual color for this color range? What? Document color params. Return color information. Represented color in RGBA space. Oh, wait a second. Is this? So there is an API in the language server that, like you know, if in CSS you write like color is red, then it will highlight it as red, and we can do that. All right, that's cool, I guess. Code actions too. There's a lot of things. All right, let's start by going to definition. And what's the difference between declaration and definition? What's the difference between go to declaration and go to definition? The auto declaration is where the symbol is declared, usually in a header file, interface, or signature. Your definition is the actual implementation. So if I say something like cast LSP, right? And I say args, can I go to declaration? No declaration, but there is declaration. Or maybe it's because I'm doing it over there. What about this? Go to declaration. That's not, and the definition is the same thing. But I have this in the LSP too. Oh wait, maybe when I'm using it in the outside over here, cast interpreter run, like over here. Go to declaration is the signature, and go to definition is the actual implementation. Yes, okay. And when I do control click, it goes to definition, not to declaration. All right. Okay. So right now for me, I don't have declaration and definition things separate, I guess. What we have is go to definition. Okay, cast LSP. Let's see. Go to definition provider is sum all true. There is no field like that. Server capabilities. It's just definition provider. Definition provider. Okay. Definition options. Definition options. I'm going to make a new module. Definition. Options. LSP types. Definition. Options. Work done progress. None. Okay. And then we say, so we probably have on definition. On request definition like that. On request definition. On request definition. Locations, LSP types. Locations T. Oh wait, there's multiple definitions potentially, is that right? For a specific symbol. So we have a position, right? And we have the thing. Yeah, okay. So we just return definition find at the position, right? That's all. So we have a method, a function find here. Position is LSP types position, and this and state is processing state of the file. This returns LSP types location list option. Okay. Oh no, it's type locations options, not location list. It's locations option, because locations is something different than a list of locations. I mean, it is. There's links also that we can have. What is a link? Location link. We have target URI. We have target selection range. Origin selection range. Target range. Range and selection range. That's weird. Specification. Go to definition. Go to type definition. It's not specifically about the type definition, right? It's about any definition, right? Go to type definition request, or is it a different one? No, this is type definition. Yeah, this is going to the type of the thing. Yeah, this is a separate one. Go to definition request. Go to definition request is sent from the client to the server. Result the definition location of a symbol at a given text document position. Result link got introduced to this depends on the corresponding client capability. Client capability, property name optional, code definition, property name, this. Does the client support the links? Okay, sure. We will just going to assume that we support everything for now. Property name optional, definition provider, property type, server capability, request is that response is location link, result location, just URI and range. That's easy. Location, we can have a list because it can be defined in multiple places apparently, right? And what is partial result? Location or location link? Location link. Span of the origin of this link. Used as the underlying span for mouse interaction. Defaults to the word range at the mouse position. Yeah, that makes sense. Target URI, alright. The full target range of this link. If the target, for example, is a symbol, then target range is the range enclosing this symbol, not including leading trailing white space, but everything else. Range enclosing this symbol, not including, but everything else like comments. This information is typically used to highlight the range in the editor. And the target selection range is the range that should be selected or revealed when this link is being followed. For example, the name of a function must be contained by the target range. Alright, we're just going to return a single thing, probably. Okay, but how? We need to have this information, right? Where is the symbol located? But we do have this information. I do have this information because it's always about the bindings, right? That we are going to hover. All right. Yeah. So I want to find in. Let's first say that. Let. Yeah. So the processing state contains parsed things, but we need the compiled thing here specifically, right? Which is an expression. So we say let expression be compiled. So this is now an expression. And I want to find in expression position. And we are also going to convert position. Position is line plus 1, column plus 1. Like that. Which I probably could go into the common. Let position. From LSP to cast position. LSP types position T into position. Is that? So over here, I will say common LSP to cast position. And over here, I will also say LSP on LSP to cast position. Like that. All right. So position is common. LSP to cast position. And then and then we have this find in. So we have a recursive find in, which is once again works for compiled kind. Compiled kind into position. Imagine being so bad at coding, lol. Yeah. I can't imagine what it is like to be bad at coding. My condolences. This is Nerdsoul. I use Nix today. Nigel, congrats. Did you like it? Did you enjoy your time in Nix? Nix developed cast repo on work laptop, and did it just work? Like it's supposed to just work, right? You should have exactly the same environment as I then. So position, this should return span, optional span, which is the definition. Let span is this, and then I return common the span to range span sum LSP type locations T. This should be some location. Range is that. Location be that. The type here is LSP types location. It just works. After installing Nix, creating a bunch of builder users, creating a weird global stone, enabling you ever unstable features, and then executing Nix develop. Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering. Sometimes it's like I'm assuming that you use Mac, right? I'm on Linux, but it's supposed to work on a Mac too, right? But there are some differences potentially, and maybe some packages are not available in the on a Mac that I'm using, but probably should just work. Yeah, or is your work laptop also a Linux one? LSP types locations dot location. This is not correct syntax. Is that correct syntax? Type location is not compatible with the thing. I'm supposed to get this thing, right? Location. Oh, location of a list of locations. I see. This is supposed to give a list of locations like that. Right? No? Oh my god. Wait, no, hold on. Locations is a location, and this is a location list. Work laptop is Ubuntu. I thought everybody is giving the Macs to their workers. Or did you choose it? Did they give you a choice, a Mac or a Linux, and you chose Linux? Nice. You got an Acer that you could install whatever on, so you installed NixOS? Nice, nice, nice. Although I thought usually they give you the... I don't know. I guess it depends on the company. I thought they give you the laptop with pre-installed spyware or something. You can choose Linux or Windows. All right. Okay, so the actual error is over here, right? No, the other error. This definition has type that. Right, so I need to have function type A into kind, a compiled kind, into compiled A into position span option. Okay. Yeah, so this says some records are undefined, URI. Oh, right. I need to know in which file it is. Okay, so for now, I'm going to say that the files all have the same like I'm doing a single file for now. LSP URI like that. I'm going to save that here. Source file state URI LSP URI. And yeah, so URI is URI, which is over here. Okay. Definition. Options. Module definition is an alias to that which is missing because it's not compiled yet. That's fine. New state. Process file. URI. Okay. And then we have the definition which is not compiled. Okay, good. And then what? The expression is type location, which is not a function. Maybe is that how we do it? That's how we do it. Okay. All right, good. Interesting. Only the seniors use Max? What? Makes no sense to me. Okay, there we go. So now we need to implement this function. We find by the position what's the definition of a thing. All right, so we are just going to match kind with, it's either an expression, then we're going to match compiled shape with right, and this is that, right? Then we have assignee, then we're going to match, we're going compiled shape, we're going to destruct that into those, and then we also have a pattern, then we compiled shape is going to be those. All right. Okay, so if it is a constant, how do I go to the definition of a constant? How do I go to a definition of a constant? Well, I don't. Right? We return none. If we have a binding, this can go to a definition. If we have a then we are going to try go inside, right? And we're going to try to go inside. So it's find in expression A, or else find in expression B, right? Okay. Also, if this span doesn't contain the position, right? So yeah, we're going to say immediately that if tomorrow is a new month. In which language do we write next month? I think I might stick to OCaml here. OCaml is fine, even although like the language server and I mean yeah, even although a bunch of things, I think we can stay in OCaml. Instead, we make cast usable by making cast have a good LSP, a good enough LSP, so that I can work with it, and then we rewrite it in itself. Semantic tokens. What do I want? Inlay hints. I want to like get the span of this thing, which is yeah. Can I say compiler? Module compiler is cast compiler. But you don't you need a compiler before that? Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. But the compiler can be a compiler to JavaScript, right? Like, it doesn't need to be a native compiler. We can go, like, with the previous thing, yeah. JavaScript is easy, right? I mean, I can try to do the native compiler, too. For that, I would probably need some library in OCaml, right? I can also try to generate the assembly myself. Maybe that's a good exercise anyway. You know, try to make my own like compiler without using CraneLift or LLVM or anything. You know, would that be a good thing to try, or should I use the CraneLift LLVM? I'm assuming that there is a library, OCaml LLVM. Is there an like module LLVM? Right, there is a thing like that, which is not secure. Camel compiler backend, right? LLVM is in the OPAM, right? So we can just go here. LLVM should be installed first, right? So we can do that, or we can OCaml CraneLift. This probably doesn't exist, right? Yeah. What are the other options? Be practical, use a backend with optimizations. I don't know, like, does it matter though? Is it that much easier to work with it? I mean, it is because it has optimizations. It means that we are going to have faster code. But is my goal to have the fast code for now? I'm not sure if it is, but maybe it's good. What are the options if I am writing a compiler in OCaml? LLVM, maybe something else. When is the Haskell rewrite coming? There was a Haskell rewrite. It happened for like one day and then I rage quitted. Haskell is probably not going to happen because Haskell is even slower to compile than Rust. In theory. There's CMM. Emit C. Write your own VM, emit JavaScript, right? CMM is Haskell's backend. If you compile to another language, that language should have a fast compiler, so compile cast to OCaml is the only option. Actually, compiling it to OCaml is not a bad idea. Because OCaml, similarly to JavaScript, is pretty simple, right? It is pretty simple, similarly to... yeah, maybe OCaml as a compilation target is not that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I will probably just go with something native. Probably LLVM, indeed. If we want... I don't know if... I don't know if I will try this time to go to do this before the JavaScript then, or after the JavaScript. We'll see. Right now there is almost no language though, so it doesn't really matter. Let span is fine. Is common. Get span of kind compiled. Common. Dual compiler. Oh, probably actually compiler. Compiler. Get span. Let's do that. Let get span is compiler get span. The language server is thinking for 10 seconds before I can go to definition here. Get span a compiled find a span is match is a function kind compiled match kind with expression, then compiled span assignee compiled span pattern, then compiled span. It looks like it's the same code, but like we have to do this because otherwise we don't know the type of this outside of the match. Okay, so we have the span. Nice. Good. All right. Okay. Find in. Yeah, I'm just basically finding what am I hovering. This is very similar to the hover functionality, right? I'm finding what am I hovering. So maybe like these two actually should have like the same code. Right now this is completely separate. For now, let's keep it completely separate though. It's fine. Or is it? Wait, hold on. No. This is literally the same code. So when I hover, I need to have all of the hover information. And hover information should have the type information, and like where's the definition. I think all of this. Yeah, how about that? So go to definition should actually not even be a thing. Let's remove this. Let's instead have that all in the hover functionality. So run should be instead called hover, and this should be, you know, definition. Find definition. Right? So it will also be just hover, and this is my hover info. Is it optional? Yeah, it is optional. So we have optional hover info here, and then we are going to do with the hover info the thing, right? Definition. Let definition is hover info dot definition. Definition span. definition span. Definition dot span. Let's have that definition. Then also these options are going. Yeah, I'm going to remove this. Instead of definition, this is going to be hover find definition, and this is going to be hover, and this is going to be hover definition options. So this over here is definition options. Yeah. Hover, expression, expression position. Yep. What do you not like? The function hover has type. Find compiled position. Yes. Find compiled position. The function hover has type. LSP types position t. Wait, what? No, it doesn't have LSP types position t. What are you saying? Oh, because hover. Okay. It's because I have two functions called hover here. Okay. That's fine. We just do that. But maybe I should rename one of them to be something else. This is the hover implementation. The real hover. Like this is the public API, which is like about the LSP protocol, and this one is the internal implementation of hovering. Yeah, whatever. So hover info should have the definition inside. So right now, when I'm hovering, all I know is the span of the thing that I'm hovering, the type of the thing, and we also should have the definition, which is a definition option, right? I'm going to have the definition is also a span, right? Like that. Okay. I think this URI is not necessary there actually. Hold on. Because URI can be LSP URI of path. Right? Because I know the path of it. Span path. That path is span path of definition span. How about that? This should be a string. And span path is basically, so like, no, not span path, I guess. File name, no. Should it be path? Hold on, this is path, which is defined where? This over here, yes, path. Yeah, I want function as file path into string option is as file is function file path and anything else none. This should be some like this. Can I restart OCaml LSP so it's like actually fast? Why is OCaml LSP so slow? Now it's fast. It starts being slow when I go to maybe the LSP definitions or something. Into the dependencies. If I try going into the dependencies, it starts being slow. No, it is slow right now. I don't know. It's weird. Path as file. Definitions path file. Okay. Now I have this. The definition has type, hover info, where there is no field. There is definition, which I should rename. Compiles like a rocket, LSPs like a walk. Yeah. I don't know what's up with the LSP here in OCaml, but it's really bad in a lot of ways. Well, I mean, I remember Haskell's LSP being even worse, so maybe it's not that bad. You know, it's like, it's just what are you used to? Some record fields are undefined. Definition. Okay, so what is the definition, right? When it's span, type, and potentially definition. So I'm either trying to find something from the inside, or you know what? Yeah, let's say span is common. No, not common. Compiler get span. Module compiler. Let's cast compiler. Data is not needed. I'm going to remove this. Let this is if span contains position, then some else none. So that I remove this nestiness. And then I don't do that either. Okay, nice, good, good, good. So now instead of returning none, I should never return none. I should always return some, actually. I should always return some, but some what is the question, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm in oh, okay. So inner is still there. And then I match inner with some inner, some result, then I return result. If it's none, then I will hover this thing specifically, right? Hover specifically this thing. So then we want to hover specifically. This always gives me the hover info. I already checked that I'm hovering it. Right? Function kind compiled into match kind with expression, then compiled shape. Destruct. Assignee. Compiled shape. Destruct. And pattern. Compiled shape. Destruct. Okay. Okay, nice. Now we can compile the things specifically, right? So what are we going to do? If we have a constant, then we are going to say that we return. I mean, in general, I will always return. In general, I will always return. Like over here, I need to find the definition, right? I need to find the definition, and then I need to return. I need to return the thing where type is compiled type, span is compiled span, definition, like that. That's what I need. Okay. I need to figure out what is the definition of a constant. None. The definition of a then, none. The definition of a statement, none. Definition of a scope, none. Definition of a function, none. Definition of tuple, none, none, none. Only the binding is the one that we're going to have. If we have an assignee, placeholder, none. Unit, none. Let is introducing a new variable, so none. Binding. A pattern. And if a pattern is a binding, then this is also introducing a new thing, so also it is already the definition basically, so also none. This is not doing anything. I feel like in a pattern the definition is always none, so we don't really care even about pattern matching here, but this we care about the bindings, and we care about the bindings. So maybe I just actually ignore everything else literally, because I only care about the binding since I'm covering specifically this. I need this to be a binding, right? So if we have a binding here, or we have a binding here, then I need to have the binding definition, binding here and here, and then we have a function that is called binding definition. It's a function from binding into definition, right? Is a function binding into span is binding span. I mean, I just store the span inside the bindings, I think, you know. So my bindings, they just have names, they have types, but we also should know where the binding has been defined, right? where the binding has been defined. So span is just span. We just know where the bindings are defined. Yeah, that makes sense. So now when I am assigning to a binding in the interpreter, I don't really care where it was defined. When I am injecting the bindings like this, which are known in the interpreter that I'm compiling for, then this is okay. Then span is I need to like a fake span because it's defined somewhere inside of the interpreter. This is me binding the built-in things like a print. Like we have a print function. We know that it's defined natively in the compiler. I mean, I can maybe have a span that points to the camel source, but this should instead be probably start is position beginning, finish is position beginning. Yeah, hold on. Let's have span fake. Span fake interpreter. Like this thing is defined in the interpreter. Let's have a span fake. Let fake s is start is position beginning, finish is position beginning, file name is special. Okay. Yep, let's do that. Then over here, so this is where I'm actually defining a new thing. So this is when I'm creating this thing. So I know that the span is actually the span when I'm compiling a pattern. So span is I'm compiling AST, right? So just AST.span. Yep. And this should be sum, and this should be sum. There you go. And then over here I say hover specifically. Hover specifically always gives me hover information, so we also say sum. Okay, this works. Let's try to hover things. Oh wait. Yeah, I should be able to go to definition, right? Should I? Let's try this. Cast restart language server. So I should be able to hover, print twice, hover, go to definition. There you go. Wait, it works. First try. Easy. So X over here. I cannot go to X because it hovers the incorrect thing, by the way. We need to fix that, probably. For some reason, when I hover X here, it actually hovers the entire 2 plus X. And shows me the information that it's a function from 2 integers into an integer. Okay, the F over here, though, is defined over there. Right? We can go to definition. What about print? Print, I cannot go to the definition because it's defined in like this fake thing interpreter, so I'm not actually... I cannot even see its definition. We can probably, though... wait, when I hover something in OCaml, it only shows me the type, right? Can I not say that this over here also is defined in this file or something? I kind of want to go to something... what's a simple Rust project that I have? That is compiling really fast. A Factorio. There you go. Factorio in Rust. Right. I just want to see what does the Rust analyzer show me. Will it be able to do that quickly? It's downloading the crates. It's scanning, indexing. It's done, right? Okay, so like here's what Rust shows us. This, oh, by the way, what is this? What is this shown? Run debug. This is code lens, right? I don't know if that's probably not very important right now. But if I hover anyhow, it will show me all of the documentation here. Let's do something. I don't know, world. Yeah, there is a thing, go to world. That's something that is really useful. We just show it in the hover, the go to, as a clickable thing. I like that. So I don't need to like control click. I can just hover casually and then click it inside there. That's what the language server is just generating, right? That's not a VS Code feature. We can have multiple go-tos there. If I have an option something, yeah, like over here, the planner is a method on the world and returns a planner, so I can select which thing to go to, right? But the definition of a planner itself is here. All right. Yeah, I can go to multiple things. Oh, it's go to like the type, right? Go to type definition like F12. But yeah, that's the type definition of this, because this returns a planner. All right. I was just thinking that maybe like over here it would say that it is defined in. Oh wait, hold on. No, it does say, right? It says that it is Factorio Simulator Smart Planner. But maybe this is because it's a method, right? So it's a method and it's trying to show what is the type that the method is implemented for. If I have a freestanding function, function foo, right? And then I say something like smart foo. It should be a public, right? So in this case, I go over here. No, it still says that this function foo is defined in this module. Okay. Yeah. Great, and then like some modules. So we know like the full path of the thing basically. I don't know. I don't have the modules yet. Everything is in one file for now, so I don't know. Okay, let me fix this thing. Why am I hovering 2 plus x and it's showing me this thing? Why? Well, it's because the 2 plus x is kind of a little bit of a thing over here. I'm making a binary operator, and when I'm compiling the binary operator, I'm actually making the expression here. I'm compiling the expression A, I'm compiling expression B, which are the children here. Add. I have a function that is a constant. And the argument, which is this. Oh, I see, because the function is in this span. Okay. Yeah, I think the span of the function that is add should be different. Should be different. Let's have over here. Let's have over here. Span fake. Fake interpreter. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. It's going to be defined in the interpreter. I think that's why. Because it was finding this constant, which is placed in the incorrect span. And then we have a tuple of A and B's, and it should be able to find it. All right, let's try restart language server. So now if I hover X, there we go. X is an int, and we can go to the definition of X. Like that. Print twice. I just cannot go to the definition of Wait, it says that 2 plus x is this. Okay, yeah, because this tuple is also like fake, kind of. This span is also fake. Because I want, if I hover the plus symbol here, it should tell me the type of the entire expression, right? By the way, I'm really surprised that in the LSP there is no API to hover like an expression. Like, for example, I want to know what is the type of 2 plus x, right? What should I hover to know the type of 2 plus x? I was expecting that I should be able to select it and then hover it, and it will tell me it, right? But the hover API actually is just hovering a single position. Assign it to a variable. Yeah, but that's work, you know? When you just want to expect your own code, you have some like math expression like that. Like, I don't want to assign it everything, you know? I'm just saying it's weird that they don't have the API to hover a range, you know? It's weird. If I say in Rust, I want to know what's the type of current tasks.take, right? You know, you have like a bunch of methods, right? So what's the type of that? I mean, I can hover this and this returns option T, right? But it's not option T that I'm returning here, right? In this specific case, I have the tasks, which is a option of the task. So this is actually not option T, it's option tasks that I'm supposed to have. It even allows me to go to that, but it doesn't show me the actual type. We will have the type if I enable the code lens. The thing actually it doesn't, because there is no new line here, I'm imagining. Yeah, if I have a new line here, then it will say that this is option tasks in the inlay hints. But other than the inlay hints, there is no way for me to do this other than like assigning to a variable and hovering the variable, right? That's weird. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, Rust does that. Wait, Rust does that. Wait, Rust does that. So I select this, and the type is tasks. I select this, the type is option tasks. Try it on the unwrap somewhere. Parts next unwrap. This is a reference to a string, because parts is a split white space. So parts next is an optional reference to a string. This works. Wait, hold on. How do they make it work if there is no API for that in the language server? Because I'm pretty sure, like the specification here says hover. Right? Hover request is sent from the client to request hover information as a given text position. Like the API, the parameters for the hover is literally just no, this is a response. A response is a range, but the hover params are these text document position params. So it's text document plus position, so it's a single position. It's not a range. How does Rust do that? How to make it possible to hover a range when implementing LSP. Can you drop share that page in chat? This is just the specification of the thing. Over here, text document position params. No, not yeah. I mean, you want specifically the hover, and then you like can yeah. This is the hover request. And then you can just click things. What's the hover options? What's hover params? over here. They extend text document and work done. Work done progress is like whatever. We don't care about that. So this is the actual request. Text document. So like what file and in what position am I hovering? That's all there is. You want to hover over a range, not just a single position. You're making an LSP server? Good, because this is important and LSP doesn't give you it out of the box. By default, LSP text document hover only sends a single position, not a range. So the client, VS Code, NeoVim, whatever, asks what's at line 12, column 5, right? But you can't make the client send you a range unless it supports that. But we hack. Simulate range hover. You can simulate hovering a range if you're in your LSP server like this. Client sends a position. Your server internally checks. Does this position fall inside any no range of stuff I want to show info for? If yes, return a hover. The client might highlight the return range. What? No. It's a lie. ChatGPT. LSP hover range. Like, if Rust does that, then it's possible. We're expecting LSP hover ranges. Hold on, what is this? LSP server returns ranges alongside hover text, but these are not used to adjust the highlighted token. Code IntelliFi. Is that like another IDE? Like, here's the LSP types of the Rust, right? Hover. Contents. Range. This is the result of the hover request, right? Once again, we can see this in the Rust crate, for example, easily. So hover, we have hover params. Hover params says that we have the text document position params. So it's just text document plus position. There is no range. Ahmed Temra Gaming. Hello, hello. Hover request. The hover request is sent from the client to the server to request hover information at a given text position, not a range. Like I feel like maybe it's the extension for Rust that does something. Let me try, for example, to do this, but in the new Vim, right? So I'm going to open the same thing, projects, Factorio, Rust, right? That's the same project, and then I open it's just a main, right? I just open main rs, right? So we have the language server here on Rust. So parts, I can hover this. LSP info. Wait, I have no active client here. Rust. Wait, what? Do I not have the Rust analyzer anymore? Do you make games? I do make games. Here's my game. You can play my game. A demo of it on Steam. Although right now I'm not making a game, I'm working on a programming language. Where's my Rust analyzer in the Vim? What? Programming language is like a game. Yeah, I guess. It's because I didn't install it. Some things are deprecated. I have some warnings here. My NeoVim stopped working or what? What happened with my NeoVim? Huh? It's been a while. NeoVim doesn't work anymore. Alright, I don't know why. I'm too lazy to figure it out. Okay, whatever. So like, so Rust can do this, hover on a range, and I need to figure out what, like, it's even like showing this. See, type this when then it's coerced to that something. Right? I don't know if anyone knows how to implement the hover on a range. It's probably implemented in the extension of the VS Code, I'm assuming, instead of in the LSP. So we can only hover the positions. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. Print twice this. No. Yeah, it doesn't work. Never mind. Yeah, it's just like over here, everything is an int32, so it doesn't matter. And control click doesn't work always. Wait, what? Hold on. Why can I not control click on the X here? Go to definition. No definition found for X. Wait, what? That's not... Wait, what? It was just working a second ago. Let me just say that this is XYZ. Yeah, it is not working. Okay. Why not? Down. Oh, because binding says none. No. No. Hover specifically this. Yeah. Hold on. An expression which is a binding. So we should have the binding definition. Yeah. No. This should work. Did I not restart? Cast restart language server. Why can I go to print twice? I can go to S. I can go to F. It's weird, like I'm holding control, but it's not always showing me the thing. Is it a bug in VS Code? It's not always like doing this for some reason. Yeah, I guess it's because there is a bunch of requests to the LSP, maybe. Okay, why can XYZ not be there? Because it's literally supposed to be the same thing. Oh, it's because I'm hovering the entire thing again. Wait. Why am I hovering the entire thing again? Because this is a span fake. So it's not looking inside. That's right. Is this the method you want for hover? RAMs, LSPX. Yeah, see, it's an extension for the LSP, right? Where the position can be a position or a range, right? So this is not vanilla LSP protocol. It's an extension. And then this extension should be implemented where? In the plugin for VS Code. Because VS Code itself only supports the vanilla LSP, right? Probably. Okay, so fake doesn't work. Tuple A and B. I want to have maybe, so yeah, span fake. This should instead be something else. Maybe span should be span. Or fake. Can I do that? I don't know. I don't know if I want that yet. But I can in the LSP see that if it's special, then I always go inside or something. Hover. Right? Something like span file name is equal to special. I don't know. Span is special. That span is special. Let's match span name with special. True. Anything else then false. Maybe this way it will work. Restart. Okay. XYZ. No. Hold on. Hold on a second. I don't want to cover this specifically if this one is special, right? So if span is special, then none. Else this. But I can go inside. Yes. Maybe. Let's try. There you go. There you go. There you go. Now I can hover this. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. All right, we can go to the definition of the thing. Nice. Go LSP, go to definition. Works. Now I want to also find all the references. I want to also find the references. How do we do that? LSP. LSP. Find references. References. Like, why is there no overview of all the methods? Why do you want to control F this document? Find reference. References provider. I want to know all the places where a thing is being used. Now the question is, should I store that in the compiled code basically? Or should I instead go over and see all the references differently? Like, I feel like there's two ways to implement finding references. Like, because I can go to the definition I can basically go over, like, if I want to find the references, I can go over the entire, like, workspace and see if a thing go to reference is basically the thing that I want to find references for, but that's not enough, because sometimes the references, they are inside macros, right? And if they are inside the macros, then I will not actually see it, maybe. No, I will see it in the compiled thing, but yeah, actually, yeah, in the compiled thing I will see it. Or we can make the compiler aware of all the references, all of the places where a thing is being used. You know? So similarly, how I just added the binding to be aware when it's where it is defined, we can also make the binding aware of all of the references of it. So every time, yeah, maybe I could do that. What about, like, but going to the references is not only about the binding, right? There's also going to be fields in instructs. So that means that the field will have also some information on it. The field of a type or something. Hmm. Let's do it like that for now. Yeah, maybe I will change it later. So it should be what? References provider, right? References provider is some references options. So this is also all about the hover. Hover will know all of the references. References options. And then we will say that request on request references. Is that the request? Hover completion definition code length code action execute command symbol inlay hint shutdown. That's all that is implemented here. Okay. So I need to do that one over here. The request is called references, right? Text document references. References params elf on references if I back params. So on request references, notify back references, reference params. This should return. Wait, references. The variant is expected to have type client T. There is no constructor references. Text document references, I guess. So text document references is supposed to return a location list. Location list option. What is it? Was it an option? Yes, a location list option. There we go. This should be hover, find references for these params. Sure. Let's do that. Let find references. So this should be reference params. And state. State. This returns that. Okay. All right, so we basically do the same thing. Let's say that the references is the same as that. For now. I will return some location. So this is yeah, and then params have the position. There's also references context. What's references context? Include declaration. Whether we should include the declaration of the current symbol. Okay, so we can find all references, including where it is defined, or where it is declared. Why is there no include definition? Is there a good declaration? Okay, fine. So this should be, so this location should actually be there. The definition should be there if, right? Yeah. Option to list. Let me see. If params context include declaration, then location, else empty list. Let declaration is that. Syntax error. There is no syntax error, don't lie to me. So it's declaration and potentially some other things, right? So a declaration and references, right? And references is empty list for now. Down, down, down. I will say instead some location or none. And over here we say declaration option to list. And references. Okay, so we have hover information. We potentially get the declaration from there if we need it to be included. Yep. Is it going to be included if I just do that? And then we need the provider, right? References options. References options is LSP types references registration options. Load. Document selector none. Work done. Done. Progress is none. Okay. Definition of registration options is what I want here. So the position is going to be params dot position. The constructor has type registration options of definition options. What? Okay, fine. Oh wait, definition registration. Wait. No. There should be not definitions. No, this should be no. Yeah. This doesn't exist, right? Reference registration options. That's what we want, right? Reference provider pvar. If only I could go to the definition in this stupid language that I'm writing. An expression was good enough. Kind. Reference registration options of LSP types registration options. Okay, there is just reference options. There is no registration options. They have a type that is not used. I see. Never mind. We just do that, which means that there is no document selector. It's fine. What is this? S. The value SS type LSP server, but an expression was created of type JSON RPC server. What? This was working before, but now it doesn't. Oh, I know why. So this method that I introduced, it must be a private method. Okay, there we go. Okay. So this all works, right? Restart language server. So can I find references? Find references. Can Shift Alt F12. Okay, there we go. So it's defined over here, right? That's what we know. So right now I only include the definition here. But we also should see this thing, right? And if I say print twice like that, print twice. Yeah, by the way, print twice. If we want to find the references, I should also be. Yeah. I should be able to know that this is the thing. Yes. Definition, like I want to know if this is the definition, you know? Definition mode. How about that? Definition mode is defined here, of definition, or defined and not here of definition, or none, you know, something like that is what I want. Definition mode, yeah. So definition, binding definition, is just the definition, yeah. If I want to hover specifically this, then definition mode for a binding, this is an expression that uses a binding, so this is not sum. This is defined not here, right? Yes, if we have assignee, this is none, right? Unbound value definition. Yeah, because now it's definition mode. I don't know. What's the better naming for this? It's not mode, right? So definition mode, when I'm doing the assignee is this. So then it's going to also be defined not here. Right? And if it's a pattern, if it's a pattern, then it might be defined here, actually. Right? Yeah. So now I will do the same thing. I will say let definition mode is child shape destruct in definition mode. So if it is a binding, then it will be very similar, but the difference is that it is defined here, right? If it's anything else, then we don't know. Like that. Expression was expected of type definition mode. Why? Wait, what? Don't lie to me. Expression has type hover info option. Expression was expected of type definition mode. What? Why do you expect inner to be definition mode? No, that should have type hover info option. It's because over here, since I do dot definition, because of that, it was inferred have a different type. So when I say find definition, over here I will match hover info definition mode with. So if it is defined not here, and we have the definition, then we return some definition. But if it is defined here, or we don't know where it is defined, then we don't go to the definition, right? If I find the references, then the definition should yeah. Thanks for noticing the typo. It's good to know that someone actually looks at the code that I'm writing. If hover info definition mode, when I'm finding the references, I basically say that if it is defined here or not here, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. when I'm finding the references, I don't care where it is defined, right? Or actually, wait, how does this work? If like, let's say that over here, I want to find the references of the planner, right? Yeah, then we see all of the things. Yeah. Like, I don't need to go to the definition first to see all the references to it, right? It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. So now on request definition, we have find definition, find references. Okay, good. So now basically before print twice, find references was not working, but now if I restart language server and I try to find references of the print twice, it will say it will include the thing. There we go. Right now only this thing, because I only include the definition. Now we will actually be finding all the references. So how to find all the references, actually? I think that the binding, like I said, that we might include in the binding all the references here, so that the compiler actually keeps track of all the references, because we might use it for, I don't know, we might use it for some other places maybe, or do we not? I don't know. What's the reason not to store it here? What's the reason not to store it here? Yeah, what's the reason not to store it here? There is no reason, right? Maybe later, we'll see. So this one is actually going to be a mutable field. A mutable field. References. And the references is what? Just a span list? Is that what I want? I don't know. Maybe we will delete it later. Let's comment this. Think. Maybe this shouldn't be stored here. I don't know. We'll think about it. Okay, so whenever I am actually getting a reference, right? So find binding. I say find binding. So that's when I'm trying to get a reference to it. And I feel like this is where, like, from span, you know, I will know where I am trying to reference the thing from. Now I will match result with. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to say let's star binding is that, and then we return some binding. Right? I can do that. Oh wait, I cannot do let star. That thing is returning not an option. Yeah. Let result be that. Let binding be that. And then we say that binding references is from and binding references And then we return the binding. Like that. So now every time I want to find oh wait, I should do it over here. Yeah, I should do it over here. Sometimes it's going to be an opt, right? Yeah, let's say over here from span. So this is going to be the same as before. But this will say that if I found the binding, then I will say that binding references is from and binding references. Okay. Because we always go through this thing. Right? So now we are actually looking for it in these places. So when I have an expression, which is a token, I know that the reference is the AST span here, and when I'm having an assignee, it's also from AST span, right? So I'm trying to find the thing, and this, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think. Let's try. Test interpreter. Restart language server. Let's try to get the references of the print twice. It didn't work. Oh wait, it maybe it did work, but I didn't implement it yet, right? Because when I say find references, right? So this should be the declaration, the definition, right? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I always need the definition anyway. So the definition has span, and it also should have references, which is a span list, right? So binding definition is binding, where span is that, and references is binding references. Should the definition just be a binding? I don't know. So references is going to be references is going to be definition references into list filter map span location. Where span location span is that. So this should be span location of definition span. And this can be renamed to declaration location. This span. This returns LSP types location T option. And this can be moved to this file. I did rename and cover. I did rename and it renamed the thing that was not supposed to be renamed. Again. Okay, find references. There you go, look at this. Find references, print twice over here. It's been used over here, being defined, and over here when I actually use it. Okay, can I, wait, hold on. Can I find the references of print? Yes, I can find, even although I cannot go to the definition of print because print is used, is defined actually in the interpreter, right? We cannot see the definition of the print. It's a native function, but I can see all of the references to it every time I print something. Nice, that works. Cool, cool. All right, LSP find references. That works. The following file has unsaved. Cast compiler. Wait, what? Everything is saved. Igorly, hello. The following file has unsaved changes which won't be included in the commit if you proceed. Cast compiler. I just saved it. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't even shown in unsaved files. Weird. Okay, what next? The LSP is becoming better and better. What else is missing? The rename functionality, right? Now that I have all the references, we should be able to rename things. Okay. Rename. Request. We need to have the W stream name. Warlock. Your name is also W. It's starting with a W. Hi. How are you doing? Rename request. We need to have rename provider. So rename provider is also kind of a hover thing, I guess. I don't know. It feels like the hover module is handling everything now, though, which is a little weird. Rename provider. It is some rename options. Hover rename options. Like, it's not actually like hover, right? It's like something. If we have a request, which is text document rename. There's, wait, hold on. There's prepare rename and then there's rename. What? There's prepare rename and rename. Different requests. Prepare rename. Prepare rename request is sent from the client to the server setup to set up and test the validity of the rename operation at a given location. Okay, so yeah, because we don't always, we cannot always rename, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Can I rename the thing under the cursor? Once again, it takes the position, not a range, which is fine. Text document, text document rename. Rams self on request rename verify back rams. Let's just have both of them immediately. Prepare rename on the request, prepare rename, right? So we have rename request, which is going to be rename params, right? And rename params, this returns workspace edit. This returns workspace edit. And then prepare rename returns a range option. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Prepare rename also has rename params probably, right? But it has a range option. So this should be prepare rename. Yep. Wait, but shouldn't the prepare rename then the result of the prepare rename request be used? Because the response is a result range and a placeholder. Oh, we have a placeholder. So like because placeholder is what am I currently renaming, right? This describes the range of the string to rename and optionally a placeholder text of the string content to be renamed. If default behavior boolean is returned, the rename position is valid and client should use its default behavior to compute the rename range. If null is returned, then it is deemed that request is not valid at the given position. Result range or this or null. Oh wait, default behavior of the renaming? Yeah, I guess that should never happen. Range or range and placeholder? Yeah, I guess so. The reason for the placeholder is because like we have the feature which is called the row identifiers, right? If I go to the Rust source and I call these tasks to be if, then it will be named an if, an r hashtag if, right? And if I say rename here, I was actually expecting this to have the placeholder of just an if. But yeah, sure. Okay. Fine. But we can make this for our stuff, right? If I was writing Zig, I'm wondering what they have there. I don't have a Zig workspace anywhere, do I? I actually do. Let's try open Zig. If I rename draw function to const, it will say this, right? Because that's the row identifier syntax in Zig. So if I rename this, it will, yeah, see, it just says const. It doesn't include the at and these things, unlike Rust. Yeah, that's what I expected the Rust to do. That's good. That's what we want. Yeah. Okay. Prepare rename. Okay, so we have prepare rename and rename. How are raw identifiers ever useful? Still looks ugly. Because sometimes you really want to call your variable a thing which is a keyword. For example, in Rust, very often I wanted to call a thing move, but a move is a keyword in Rust. Or sometimes you want to call something a box, but box is a keyword in Rust. Or sometimes you want to like other things, or call a module async, or like I mean, like you want it sometimes, right? You want it sometimes. Have you never wanted to name something a name which is a keyword? It depends on the language, but I don't know what's in OCaml. In OCaml, for example, a type is a keyword, but I really want sometimes to call my, like, because of that I'm calling my types ty instead of types. OCaml doesn't have, like, or the other thing that we do in OCaml is we do like with an apostrophe or with an underscore sometimes. Because of that, like, which one is worse? Sometimes you want, I mean, in Zig they have this thing which is like a string. The reason for that, and that's the syntax that I wanted to use, is because you can also have the identifiers with spaces inside. I don't know why would you want that, but having the ability to do that is good, I think. Especially when you're generating code. When you're generating code, you might want to use the row identifiers. Ty still better than R-type? Yeah, I guess, in that specific thing. Although I think I think I could just say add const, you know. So like if we don't have the like white space, for example, that I don't need to require the quotes, because that's like more symbols. I feel like just a single symbol plus an identifier should be enough. But yeah, sometimes you want like to have any string inside. I don't know, like Rust doesn't have the ability to have a white space inside of an identifier. I mean, some languages don't have the row identifier syntax at all, and it's fine. I don't know. I like having the option sometimes. FUV Noctis, hello, hello. Oh, my Finnish friend. I'm not Finnish, but yeah, we're never finishing. We are restarting the projects. We are rewriting the things from scratch. That's what I'm doing. I'm making the LSP work from the beginning for my programming language. That's what's happening. So we have a bunch of functionality already. We have inlay hints, we have a go to definition, we have find references, and now I'm going to implement the renaming. Why do you think for so long if you are finished or not? Rename. Rename has params. LSP types rename params. And then we have compiled. Is processing file state. This returns rename returns LSP types workspace edit T, right? Syntax error. There we go. And then we have prepare rename, which is similar, but it returns a range option, right? Okay. It's kind of like a copy paste of this. We say definition. I have found the definition, and then I just say definition Wait, but what's the range? The range is in the current file, right? The thing, yeah, the definition of this thing. Yeah. So I think the range should be just hover info span. Span to range. Like that. Right? The definition just must be there. We don't care to actually use it. Let's try this. Wait, prepare rename. Wait. Unbound value rename options. Yeah, we need to rename options. Rename options is LSP types rename options. Work done is none. Prepare provider is true. Wait, what? Prepare provider is a Boolean option. Wait, what? Why is it an option? What if the prepare provider is none? Then I will be able to rename everything everywhere? Is that so? Let's see. What happens if this is none? What's going to happen? They were not even talking about the wait, or were they? Hold on. Registration options. Rename options. Prepare provider. Renames should be checked and tested before being executed. Yeah, otherwise they are just going to be unchecked, right? And I should be able to rename everything everywhere. How does this even work? Can I rename this thing, for example? Oh, this should be prepare rename params, not just rename params. It's a different thing. For the prepare rename, it should be params is prepare rename params. What do we have inside? Disposition, text document, and work done token. Okay. So we go here and restart. The LSP doesn't work. I feel like the restart doesn't work. Wait. Can I have cast language server? It says like restarting server failed. But it's not even trying to restart it anymore. After the first failure of the language server, the restart command doesn't work anymore. Why? Because in my extension for VS Code, we have this. Client is not running and it cannot be stopped. The current state is start failed, right? Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Can I just say start again? Can I just say start again then? Let's open the VS Code extension here. So the problem is that the extension is just saying restart the language server. The LSP should be just restarted, right? But I want to like, but the restart doesn't work if it didn't start, right? Okay. Can I make like a restart that works, like restart or start? Status, state. State is stopped, starting, or running, right? State. Restart. Can I just try restart? Hold on. How about this? That's how you write JavaScript, right? You just try and then catch anything. How do you catch anything? Just catch, try restart, catch, LSP start. That's how you do it, right? Finally, idiomatic JavaScript. Yeah. Hello, Raymarch. Let's rebuild. Reinstall the extension. Go back to cast. I should try crash the LSP though. How do I crash the LSP? We just remove this. And then we do that, restart language server. So it's not going to be started, right? It's crashed 5 times. And then if I restart, start failed. Oh, wait, because start and restart is a promise. Hold on. I understand now. I understand. Hold on. This is a promise, right? Hold on. We do this. Async function, async function, restart is basically try, await, LSP restart, right? And then catch, await, LSP start. Because otherwise, like this doesn't catch the panic inside of a promise, right? And then we say restart. That's the idiomatic JavaScript, right? Let's just do F5 here. Spawn a new window. So yeah, cast language servers failed 10 times. And then if I say restart, then it will fail again. Okay. If I then say over here back a colon, I restart, now it works. I remove it. I restart, it doesn't work. I fix it. I restart and it works. Okay, nice, beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay, commit, fix restarting. Most idiomatic JS. I'll close this window and I'll keep this window. All right, did you see this, Raymarch, by the way? Did you see how good the language server is? Oh, the result LSP doesn't... Okay, I actually need to reopen the VS Code now because I had the debug thing. It did not. I have the language server that works. Look at this. So this is the simple hello world program, right? We have the inlay hints. We have some inlay hints. I can hover and it will tell me the type of the thing. I can go to the definition like that. I can find all the references of a print or anything. And I'm right now working on the rename. Yeah, so yeah. Right now we can rename anything. Okay, yeah. So that's why we want to prepare rename to be there. Good. So we say that prepare provider is some room. All of that powered by OCaml. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you just saw a little bit of the JavaScript code, right? But that's just the extension part, which does almost nothing. So yeah, all of that is powered by OCaml. Okay, so rename, prepare rename is supposedly working. So if I now I should be able only to rename the things if they are renameable. So over here the element cannot be renamed, right? But if I say print, then I can rename it. Actually, print should not be renameable, right? Print twice is renameable. Cast is best is not renameable. Of course. How would we rename cast? Okay, so now if I actually try to do this, print twice too, no result. No result because I need to implement that. Right? Actually, if I go to the output of the cast language server, we had the... Wait, is it actually like... Wait, no, error to do. Yeah, we have error to do over here. On request rename, over here, we had an error. So the server exited and then it restarted it automatically? Is that what happened? So the extension is... just silently ignoring the errors? Default auto restart is 5. I wish there was like times here in the logs of the thing, maybe. Oh, wait, there are times. Error at this thing, right? Yeah. So... yeah, we basically... yeah. But there is no time where it restarted it. So it was restarting, but when? I don't know. 5 seconds. Okay, sure. It's just weird that it said no result instead of having a pop-up that rename failed or something like that. I'm assuming that I can like, yeah. So it means that throwing an exception from OCaml, like, I don't know. I expected it to show an error somehow. Okay, so process rename is going to be this thing. So now we have the definition. What is the workspace edit even? So we have the text document edit. Document edit T. Change annotations. Changes. Document changes. It's probably easier to see this here. Rename, request, response. It's a workspace edit or null. Actually, it's weird that this API does not return null. It's always a T. You know? I want this to be an option. So inside of the workspace edit, a workspace edit represents changes to many resources managed in the workspace. The edit should either provide changes or document changes. If the client can handle version to document edits, and if document changes are present, the latter are preferred over changes. Since version 3, a workspace edit can contain resource operations, create, delete, and or rename files and folders as well. Right. I guess no renaming file folder for now is going to happen. If a resource contains the present resource operations are present, client needs to execute the operations in the order in which they are provided. So workspace edit, for example, can consist of the following 2 changes: create a file and text document edit, which inserts text into a file a.txt. An invalid sequence will cause failure of the operation. Now, how the client recovers from the failure is described in the client capability. Okay, workspace edit changes or document changes. Document changes is document edit. Create file, rename file, or delete file. a list of those. Okay. I feel like I will use this API immediately because this one is more powerful, right? Maybe later we will be renaming files. And what's change annotations? A map of the change annotations that can be referenced is annotated text edit or create, rename, and delete file folder operations. Whether client owner this property depends on the client capability, change annotation support. What? I don't understand this. What's an annotation? Annotated text edit. A map of change annotations that can be referenced. ID string, which is change annotation identifier. Change annotation. Concept of the annotated text, which supports to add an annotation to a text edit. The annotation can add information describing the change to the text edit. Oh, we can have descriptions. Needs confirmation. A flag which indicates that user confirmation is needed before applying the change. Oh, I see. So we can basically preview the change of the rename operation, right? And we can annotate with some description of what is actually going to happen, right? Something, something. There's a label, which is human readable, describing the change, and description, which is rendered less prominent in the user interface. All right, let's not worry about it too much, I guess. So let's return some edit sp types workspace edit t is change annotations. You predict that multiple edits don't work. Their positions depend on previous edit in the list. That they said it about the document things, but maybe if you have you not implemented rename yourself yet, so you don't know how it works exactly? They said that the next edits are depending, but it's about rename request. It's about the it's about like the document changes, right? Yeah, like delete a file and then insert a text into a file will cause a failure. That makes sense, right? But if we have the text document edit and like the list of those, I don't see where it's documented though. I don't know. We can try. You're wrong. It will work probably. Okay, I don't see it in the documentation, but I mean, they were saying that the order matters. But I thought it was about the document changes, but one of the document changes is the list of document edits. So like this list is like executed at once, I would assume. But you can have a list of independent edits. Then the order will matter. Then like the spans will be moved around. I think something like that. Right, so like this outer list is implemented sequentially, but this list is like being applied at the same time. All of these edits, maybe not. So I will not use the changes. I will not use the annotations. Right? I will use the document changes. So this is some changes. Right? Some change. So change is LSP types document change. So it's a workspace edit document. They didn't do it here. It's weird. Like I cannot refer to this type right over here in this specification. This type is anonymous. This union type is anonymous, and they because of that don't expose this, right? This type is private. Weird. You've only done semantic tokens plus format. Okay, let's just say change is text document edit. Changes. So this is expected to be of type A. No, it's not of type A. Document edit is text document edit. Wait, hold on. This is not even correct. Unless text document edit can contain multiple ones. Let me see. So this is LSP types. Like it's not following the specification properly here. Let me see what's inside there. Nice library. Yeah, but like, should I generate my own library? I mean, this library, like, I don't know. I feel like this is not the problem of this library. I think it's just the OCaml LSP. It cannot work with the dependencies at all. Like, all the modules are unbound here. It lags the LSP and everything. Library should just give you types. Well, that's the LSP library, right? Like this LSP library is the LSP that is from the OCaml LSP. It is giving me the types. I mean, yeah, I guess it gives me more than just the types, right? Or does it? I mean, this IO is generic, I think. So I think this is just the types. There is the wrapper around the LSP types, which is the linol, right? So linol, this one is the one that implements the gRPC and stuff. This one is the one that's actually implementing the transport. And the LSP library is just the base library, which contains just the types, I think. Like, and this IO is like a generic one. Not sure. So text document is edits. Oh yeah, it's a list. It's a list text document and the edits in the list, in the document. Okay, good. Text document edit is loading. Text document is this. Edits is this. This needs to be. Can you already do fancy stuff like encoding whether a function consumes something in the styling of text? Or mutation or something. Wait, what do you mean? Like semantic highlighting? Like if a thing is mutable, it should be like underlined. I think I can do that, but I'm not doing it yet because I don't have the mutation yet. Like the language, I have the LSP before the language basically right now. I have barely made anything in the language. The LSP library lacks the LSP written with the exact LSP library. Yeah. Okay, text document is supposed to be the optional versioned text document identifier. What do you mean versioned text document? So we can have a version? So we have URI and we have version. Okay. I think I don't care about the versions here, right? URI and version. Oh, yes. Like I want to find all of the references basically, right? And rename, but all of these references should be from the same place for now. Let's just have Yuri here. Yeah, no, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay. Not here, over here. I will change. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Version is none, and then edits is a list of text edit or annotated text edits. Okay. So edits is LSP types text document edit list. No, it's not that. Yeah, it's edits is edits into list map function edit text edit, right? Because it can be annotated or not annotated. Types for text tag text edit are incompatible. Expression has type text edit list, but expression was kind of type annotated text edit list. Types for text edit are incompatible. What is this even? What does this even mean? What does this even mean in OCaml? Is this like anonymous union type or something? What is this syntax mean in OCaml? No. Can I do like that maybe? No. Oh, yeah, the backtick. The backtick is polymorphic variant constructor. What it means? It's a tag. Yeah, it's polymorphic variants. OCaml polymorphic variant. Polymorphic variants. In programs, polymorphic variants work like the usual ones. You just have to prefix their names with a back quote. Like that. On or off list means that to match this list, you should have be able to match, to at least be able to match off and on without argument. So is this like an anonymous type? Polymorphic. This expression has type text edit list, but we expected text edit or annotated text edit. Type for tag text edit are incompatible. How do I make it compatible? I'm mixing two different text edit constructors, even though they look the same. They're not the same under the hood. I'm giving it text edit, LSP types, type document edit. Oh, wait, hold on. Did it say that this is text document edit and this is of types text edit T? Yeah. I need... Yeah, because I need a text edit T. Not text document edit T. Okay, there we go. So text edit T is having range and new text, which means, wait, hold on, but this means that it's in this file, right? Like, where do I specify the file in which I rename? You hate this .t? I hate it too. But I can get used to it. It's just like this is a module and this is a type, right? So in Rust, a type, so like in Rust, a type is basically both a type and a namespace. So like you have associated things to the type, right? Which basically makes your type to be a namespace, right? But in OCaml, a type and a namespace is as separate things. So in order to access the type, we have the .t convention, basically. This is a namespace which contains all of the associated things to this type, including the type itself, basically, right? This is a namespace or a module, basically. That's what they call it. And this is the type. Because you cannot say type dot like some associated thing to it. You know? The reason is because it's a simple language. Feels like I write it home for some C++ers. Wait, no, you can do that for C++, right? You, like in C++, you can have like a std vector. And like this is both a type and a namespace. You can do colon and like something like, you know, iterator or something, right? Oh, you have enable if type? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you still can have... Wait, how does that work, actually? The std vector iterator. That works, right? I don't remember. This is a type. Or does it not work? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read in C++. I don't want the text edit. I want the... okay, fine. Let's have annotated text edit. So annotated text edit is annotated text edit. What does this thing have? It still has the range. Like, where do I specify the file in which the rename is happening? It's not always... Oh, wait, no, there is. Hold on, text document. This is where the file... Okay, no, never mind. Just text edit. It's all easy. Okay, so now we have all of the edits. So what do we do here? It's same as find references, right? So we have all of these. Right? All of the spans where we use it. So we have a definition. Definition must exist, otherwise we cannot rename. Definition dot span. No, not declaration. Definition span. And definition references. These are all the spans that I want to rename. So I say spans And then I say list map span. And for every span, we need to return text edit. Like that. Which has a range, which is span to range. And we also have the new text, which is inside of the rename params, we have new name. New text. That new text is params.new name. We will potentially to do maybe convert into raw identifier, right? If the name is like a keyword or something. Actually, wait, hold on. But whether the name is a keyword actually depends on when I am renaming the things. It might, yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I'll think about it. Yeah, so rename, like, why is this? Prepare rename, the hover. Camel restart. Why text document formatting? No, text document rename returns the workspace edit and not an optional one. The specification says that it can return null. Okay, so result. Let result be this. Match result with some edit, then edit. So we return the edit, but if we returned none, then the edit should be empty. So we have document changes is none. Changes is none. And change annotation is none. We also have uint32t, which feels similar. Okay, it is working. Maybe. If it compiles, then it works, right? Right? First try, let's try. Restart cast language server. Alright, XYZ, we want to rename this. We want to rename XYZ to XY. Unknown workspace edit change received. Edits is new text is XY. Range is this. Text document cast lang. Yes. Wait, what's unknown about this? Unknown workspace edit change received. Edits. Wait, is the library that I'm using actually not having the correct types? Unknown workspace edit change received. Edits is this, text document is that. Let's take a look. That's the specification. Isn't it the line plus character? Where? Looks sus. Where is the line plus character? I mean, over here, the range has start, which is character and line. And this character and line. Line character, I mean, the order doesn't matter, right? Why is line field after character? I don't know, because it's RNG. Because it's a map. Because it's a map, it's sorted lexic. It's sorted. The keys are sorted. Because the default maps in OCaml are sorted. They're not linked hash maps. I don't think it matters though. It's just JSON, right? The order of the fields shouldn't matter. Workspace edit. Has a text document edit. Which is saying that text document is this one, where we have the URI. Text document is this one. So we have the URI. Okay. So like, I feel like this is correct. Then we have edits. Edits is this. There are 2 edits because it's in two places. Yes. Every edit has new text, has range, and that's it. Has range and new text. Wait, what's wrong? This is correct. This is the edit that I have, that the language server has done, right? Hello, Nigel. So this is the file. This is the range. Character 7, line 11. Or maybe it's incorrect because like after I rename, it becomes the incorrect range. Let's try renaming something like this. Print twice. Print twice 2. It's still incorrect. Print this. It's not correct. Okay. Line 9. Lines are in 0 indexes, right? So it's actually line 10. It's actually line 10. And character 7. Oh, wait, character is incorrect. Character 4 to 7. Or is it correct? 4 to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. No, it is correct. This is the thing that needs to be renamed. XYW. Down. VS Code says... VS Code is yelling because I'm sending the workspace edit in a wrong shape. This is not valid workspace edit. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, it's not valid workspace edit, for sure. Oh, wait. No, it says unknown work edit change. Changes. Format a flat changes map. Document changes array. Can I debug even more? Can I mean, where is this? Like an extension host? I don't see any logs here. Cast language server. I mean, I can do some logging from inside my code. Maybe I didn't restart it for some reason. I'm restarting W. It doesn't work. I don't know how to debug print though. Is the issue? How do I debug print? How do I debug print this thing? LSP types workspace edit. We can create a YOJSON. A YOJSON. So this thing is going to be a JSON. Can I print a JSON, please? So this type is that. It is. Oh wait, hold on. This is actually from the YoJSON. Yeah, this is YoJSON. Okay. YoJSON. Pretty print. To string. What's std? C2 string for the role of the optional. To string. std. std use only the standard JSON syntax, convert tuples and variables into standard JSON. Oh, there's like an extended JSON. Refuse to print none and infinites. Okay. JSON pretty to string JSON. What's the default of the std? Probably false, right? Log info. Edit. Rename reply. Is that? The value JSON has type JSON safety, but an expression with expression of type this safe dot pretty to string. I don't know. Safe is some different JSON. No printf. No, there was a printf. There was pretty print, right? Yeah. Pretty print. We can do a %a this way, right? Instead of converting it to a string. We should just say pretty print where std is true, right? There you go. Yeah, that works. Restart. Open the output of the cast language server. Rename to foo. So here's my rename reply, which it doesn't like for some reason. Here's my JSON. Here's my entire thing. So we have document changes. We have edits and we have a text document, right? Is this not correct reply? That's my response to rename. Is this correct? I'm almost right. The shape looks correct at a glance, but VS Code is throwing up because you're missing one critical piece. Text document version is required when using document changes. Oh, is it? So workspace edit, document changes, must have a version. So this is not even typed correctly here in the TypeScript. They cannot specify it. That we require a versioned edit here. Like this is optional versioned. Whether a client supports version document edits is expressed through this. Depending on the client capability, document changes are either an array of text document edits. Oh, wait, hold on. It's depending on the client capability to express changes to n different text documents where each document edit addresses a specific version of a text document. So it can contain a wait, hold on. What are they saying? So VS Code is supporting versioned text documents, right? So I should rename a specific in a specific version. Okay, where do I get the versions from? Depending on the client capability, workspace edit, resource operations, document changes are either an array. I mean, I can just do these changes, which are simpler. Versions don't matter. Well, are you sure? So what's wrong about this reply then? Right, I have document changes. Every document change is so I have a single document change, which is changing this text document. This is my file, and inside of this file I have these edits. I feel like this is the correct response. I mean, I can try using these changes instead of document changes and see if that helps. But I feel like this is more powerful, so I should be using this. What happens if I use both? So this is changes to existing resources, and this was to like non-existent, to imaginary resources. Changes is enough. Well, I mean, maybe in the future I will want to rename the things. Maybe that is correct. Oh, maybe it is correct. Maybe this document changes is specifically about the new files, right? But why is there a text document edit then here? In the future leads to bad code, premature design. I just want to understand the API for the future. If a client neither supports document changes or resource operations, then only plain text edits using supported. Yeah, that's fine, but VS Code should support the document changes, right? I mean, I'm assuming that it supports it right now by using that, but it should support it, right? It's VS Code. I don't think we're supposed to supply both changes and document changes, only one of those. So let's have no document changes. Document changes is none. We'll say changes is some. So this is supposed to be an assoc LSP import JSON assoc. So it's a map from a URI into a list of edits, right? Spans. Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, let's do this. Changes is some changes. Let's do that immediately so that the spans can come from multiple files. How about that? Can I say changes is some changes? Changes is a reference to YoJSON save. I'm assuming that it's from the YoJSON still. Like, where are the types being defined here? YoJSON T. Yeah. Is this not YoJSON T ref? Changes. Expression was expected of type a ref. JSON T. Let's see. So this has a soak, which is that. Okay, so it's a different one. This is just a list. Or is it not? Can I like get to the type of this? Can I do underscore here and then go to the type of that? I can, yeah. So assoc, yeah, assoc is just this list. Okay, that's literally what it is. So this is the list to LSP URI and LSP types text edit. Text edit list. Okay. I'm sitting in my Rust codebase, it just feels bad. Your Rust codebase feels bad. You can rewrite it into a camel, it will be worse, probably. I don't know, I'm kind of enjoying OCaml and hating it at the same time, you know? It's weird. Why are you just sitting there feeling bad? What's bad in your codebase? Syntax is so verbose and formatter doesn't respect me. Cast is not there yet, so there is no perfect language. Yeah. List ref. Let's instead of this have a string. Hold on. I want changes to be basically as a map. Is URI a thing which is like can I do a map make LSP URI? Can I do that? Type URI map is that? No, let's say module URI map is that? Maybe it works actually. Yeah. So yeah, it has compare and equal and hash and everything. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna have a map like that. URI map T into LSP types text edit T list is. You started self-hosted rewrite, but LSP is too much work. I don't know. So far, it has been pretty simple. Having a better LSP, which is like incremental or something, right? That's probably harder. Okay, what do I do here? So we go over the edits. The spans that needs to be renamed, right? I have the spans. I have the spans. Right. So over here we say URI map dot. No, we need to do this. We need to do spans into list old. We have a function changes span hold left. We need yeah, changes and span to do hold left, and we give it the accumulator, which would be URI map empty, right? And then in order to convert this to this thing, we just say URI map to list changes. And I don't need a reference anymore. So this is some changes, right? So as long as I do this thing over here, so basically I want to add to the changes the span, right? Yeah. So over here, since we have that, changes and span. Yeah. So I'm going to match span as file, span with. If it's none, then we just do the changes. If it is some path, then we say lsp URI of path at URI. Be that in. Now we're going to say str URI map dot add not add, update. Update. Can you give me the signature? Option. Yeah. Function current into let current is match current with none empty list some current span as file. No, not span. Path as file, span file name, right? Like this. I'm going to update this thing. So if we already have any edits for the file or not, we're going to initialize it to an empty list. And then I will say that we have this edit plus the edit, which is span into edit, right? So where edit is what is this supposed to be? LSP types text edit. So have a edit or current. This doesn't work. We need to have a range is span common span to range and new text. New text we already have. Now we have that. Now we update, and after updating, I need to give it the key. So update the key, which is the URI, and then the yeah, and this should return some, and this should update the current changes. Okay, maybe this could be made more readable. I made everything in one thing. Span. Load parsing is a nightmare, by the way. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So this URI is no longer necessary. So this technically should work even when I will have the renames across files, because all of my spans contain the file name information. Yeah. Although I feel like if the file is this, then I should maybe over here throw an exception. I feel like I should throw an exception here. Something like... something like return none. You know? I will have a... with return. Here. Like that. The expression has type definition mode. What? It doesn't have type definition mode. Are you stupid? Expression type, LSP types option, but the expression was expected to have type definition mode. Who expected that? Who expected that? This over here? Even your shitty compiler gives it. What's the problem here? I don't understand the error messages of Camel. They are so bad. You tried this language a month ago, and when OPAM started giving you shit when you tried to have a project with some REST framework and MQTT background task, I gave up. Unresolvable dependencies. Rust has spoiled me? Yeah. We're just spoiled by Rust. Have you tried Haskell? Haskell is worse. This is good. This is working. This is working compared to what they have there in Haskell. All right. It's fine. We can get used to it. At least it compiles fast and not for a minute, like my Rust, right? So you're saying that this works, but the with doesn't? Can I just say try with? Nope. None. And then we have an exception. Nope. So instead of returning none, I will say raise nope. Right? Like this, like it's supposed to be literally the same thing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If you try C, you'll get core dumped most times. Oh yeah, I tried that. Not only in C. That was my experience with C++ and with D language too. Let's see. I'm going to rename this thing now. XYW. It's renamed. Look at this. Print twice. Print 2 times. There you go. D-Lang has actually better experience. Yeah, I think D-Lang has better experience. I agree. But I don't know. Like the only problem that I had with D language once again is the like the seg faults, because for some reason they don't have null pointer exception even in debug builds. Other than that, it was kind of nice language. Okay, we have renames. We have renames, guys. Renames. X. There you go. We can rename. Can I rename a print? Print 2. Print should not be renameable because it's outside, right? So that's why we do that. Can I say that, like over here, that some of the parts cannot be renamed because of that? Like this should actually, you know, like print cannot be renamed. The reason is because it's actually defined outside of the of this code, right? It's embedded in the interpreter. Are those in lay hints? Yes, this is in lay hints over here. Yeah, I have implemented in lay hints hover functionality, go to definition, finding references, renaming now, formatting, and highlighting, right? Defining some core lib and mic as intrinsic. Yeah, we could do that. Nothing special exists. I mean, it will be in the standard library later, but for now it's not. Like, so Cast is supposed to be usable as an embedded scripting language, and you're supposed to be able to inject your own things, right, when you use it as a scripting language. So in this case, print is injected in the interpreter, so it's existing there. So it's like when you are using it as an embedded scripted language, where should it be defined? In the code which injects it, right? So, I mean, technically, I should be able to do that. Let me see. What are the unsaved ones? This one. Don't save. This one. Don't save. LSP rename. So I say that print right? So this is a native print. So this is where it is defined. So a native function like that, or I guess like all the built-ins or something. Some basic runtime or library is always needed. Yeah, sure, but like you should be able to include your own things too, right? Like that. Yeah, of course it's needed. But like I want to be able to go to the definition, and it should go to the OCaml source code. I think that would make sense, right? So that we can go to the source code. Like the source code has a flake when it tests Haskell compile times. Sure. Did you try it already? So Agda is written in Haskell. Implementation language Haskell. Website. Where's the source code? Open source. GitHub. Sure, let's clone it. It's not very fast to clone either. A 150 megabytes have been downloaded. Gerenth allow. I'm just going to assume that they're, yeah, that they can trust them. Let's now download everything. Okay, we can just wait now. What do they have here? They have 10 versions of Stack. What do they install? Agda dev shell. So we have Cabal install, Haskell language server, ICU. Yeah, I can actually like maybe even try opening this in VS Code and see if the language server of the and see how bad the language server of the Haskell is on the Agda source code. Because I remember it being bad, but maybe it's because I was misconfiguring it. So how do you do this? Quick guide to editing, type checking, and compiling Agda. A taste of Agda. No. That's compiling Agda code. Hacking. Like, what do I run? I just make library test. I want to just try to compile it, right? What's the command? Just make? Maybe, if they're using a make file. So I just make? Should I give an argument to a make always? stdlib test. Interaction. To compile, you must publish a research paper first. No. We can take a look at the GitHub Actions. Build Agda. Make install bin. That's what we do, right? Build Agda using stack. But should I? I mean, yeah, they have the stack installed in the thing. Yeah, hold on. We're downloading the Hugel. You are trying to bait me, Nigel, into trying Agda the language, because I was interested in trying one of those. Like there's the Kok and then there's the Agda, right? So yeah, which one is better? I want to try one of these at some point. Agda. Alright, Rock is Native Fury, but Agda is the language. If you want to swim independent types so hard your brain melts into a proof assistant. Alright. You want to try them too? Yeah. Agda or Idris? I'm pretty sure it should be Agda. I don't know. Agda or Idris? I think my ChatGPT broke. Agda or Idris? Clarify your question. Ah, which one is better? Here's the TLDR. The Agda is focused on theorem proving. The Idris is a general purpose with theorem proving. Dependent types full support in both. Agda is lazy by default. This one is eager by default. All right, give me a second. Man, can I ask for advice? Says ICS Boix. If you're still here, I guess. I don't know. Would I give a good advice? Probably not. I'm migrating to my bot to WebSock. And I'm not using Tokyo Tungstenite. And I am using Tokyo Tungstenite. I got a lot of WebSock reset. Is that something that happens often? Buy some WebSocks. I have the same issue. I'm not using the WebSock. I'm using the. I'm not using like Tungstenite and anything. I mean, maybe it's been used under the hood. I'm using the crate. There's couple crate for the bots. There's Twitch IRC. I was using that, and there is also the TMI, Blazing Fast Trust Library for interacting with Twitch chat, and and like both of these have, I think, these WebSock resets, which are not reconnect events. I think maybe, I don't know, like basically my bot stops receiving messages from chat sometimes. Yes. If that's what's happening, then like, and if you figure it out, then you should give me an advice how to fix it. All right? Because I don't know. My bot is sometimes being disconnected. I just restart my bot. You know? Yeah, and you can use the IRC, but even IRC, I don't know what these libraries use under the hood. I think they are using IRC. I mean, Twitch IRC crate definitely uses the IRC, right? But this one also was disconnecting sometimes, and it's also deprecated in short, apparently. Yeah. Will be discontinued. I heard about that too, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. If you fix it, let me know how you fixed it, because they are not sending the notification. And like, I can like, how do you even detect the fact that you stop receiving messages? Right? You need to basically ping pong constantly, which you are already doing, but I'm pretty sure that the pongs are being received, but the messages are not. I'm not sure. Or you have like the WebSocket reset itself. I don't know. Like I never looked into it, like how, like what's the problem on the low level, because I'm not working with WebSockets myself. And like like I'm using IRC. I think this crate also is using IRC. I'm not sure. Initially based on IRC. Yeah. I think this is using IRC, and like that's not WebSocket. There is no reset. There is also Twitch API. Yeah, I remember looking at that, but I think this one was, yeah, this one is for about the new Twitch API, which is the Helix event sub and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't spent too much time looking into the issues with the bot. All right, what was I doing? Compiling Idris? It didn't compile. Why? Cabal, the following packages are likely broken by reinstalls. I don't know. Like, is there a documentation how to build things? The run Cabal update. Resolving dependencies. Like, it was resolving dependencies, right? So it was supposed to download the dependencies or something. Error Cabal. The following packages are likely to be broken by the reinstalls. Oh. The things are likely to be broken. That's how Haskell works. Oh, wait, removed. What do you mean removed? Removed from like the registry? Or what? I don't understand this. I'm not going to look deeper. Let's continue working on this. Okay. Let's do something on the language. Let's do something simple on the language itself. Just try make install, not install bin. Okay, sure. I will try that. Make install. Hold on. I make install. Just in case. Although I should not be counting the the time it takes to compile the dependencies, right? I need to wait until the dependencies are compiled, or maybe like I will touch a file and then try to recompile somehow, something. Oh, there we go. It's already compiling Agda. There is not a lot of dependencies on this then, right? The dependencies are already done. That was quick. Or it's because the dependencies are actually like downloaded from Nix, probably already built, right? Maybe. Every time now is going to finish building. Wait, is this longer than my cast already? It is. But it is a bigger language, so it's fine. But how much longer is it going to be? Wait, is the entire thing a single package? Well, I guess it is, but in Haskell, like a package is not like a crate in Rust, right? Because a package is consisting of modules. Modules are like crates in Rust, right? I don't have the information here about all the modules that are being compiled. How much CPU is it using? Not a lot. It's like single-threaded or something. It's like single-threaded to GHC. What should I do for cast now? What should be the next step? If the language server has all of these features, should I have another LSP feature? What are the other LSP features? I was looking at them. Right? Where's the list of all the features? Server capabilities. Completion, auto-completion. Do I want auto-completion? I think auto-completion we can do later. Auto-completion is a good one. Cast proving system will be called a forecast. Go to implementation, type definition. Type definition is not bad, but I don't have the definitions of types yet in this language. Code length, color, document range, rename, selection range, call hierarchy. Wait, what is this? Oh, wait a second. All important ones are done? Yeah, I think all important ones are done. But I'm wondering, you know, there is, this is still compiling. What about this? Look at this at the top. I think this over here is relatively useful. I don't know what this feature is called. It's called a context. So in a new Vim, this is done with a plugin which is called tree-sitter context. So right now I'm over here. But where am I? I am inside the function rename, inside like specifying what changes is, right? You hate that? No, this is good. If you're writing a long function, Maybe you don't write long functions, you actually write good code. But like, this allows me to know where I am. Is that can this be done through the LSP? Because that requires syntax. HC can also be given jobs. Yeah, but like it's probably doing the packages in parallel or something. I don't know. But there was only one package to compile. This one. Let's see. They have 170,000 Haskell lines of code, where 30,000 is common. So like only 100,000 lines of code. That's not too much, right? That's just 100,000. Also 100,000 lines of the Agda code itself. Sticky something. Sticky. Can I implement sticky context or whatever it's called in LSP? Yes. VS Code won't use it yet. You're talking about inline completion with sticky context. Keep showing a part of the syntax node above the scroll like it's stuck to the top. Yes. This is a thing in LSP, part of LSP 318 plus draft. Notebook sticky scroll. It's proposed, but it's not there yet, right? The link is obviously wrong. Sticky. Sticky note. Issues. Pull request. Wait, what was it called? It's called text document inline value, not sticky context. A sticky context is proposed under notebook sticky scroll. LSP. No? ChatGPT is lying to me, right? Let's compare cast source code for comments ratio. I have already written 5,000 lines of OCaml, guys. Already 5,000. 4,000 with 60 comments. It's still building. Okay, yeah, I'm not going into Haskell. I don't think I'm going into Haskell. I don't want to wait for like a year to for my project to compile. It's been 7 minutes. Yeah. That just means my code is self-documenting. Indeed. Indeed it is. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. The important LSP parts are there. So let's work on the language a little bit. So what should we do? We should do... What we should do? Should we do? Let's just add more things. Let's just see. What's the first thing? That's the important thing. Let's have ifs. You know what? Let's try writing an actually good program, right? I think guess a number game is a good example of a program, right? So guess a number. Guess a number. Once again, a game, right? So what we need for doing that? Add inheritance. I will not add inheritance. Okay, print. Welcome to the guessing number game. All right, there we go. That's the beginning. Oh, by the way, Zaka, do you know this? I have this issue. I need to fix this. And this is very annoying. You see how this bracket is red? You know this? How do I fix this? So like if I have a comment which has a bracket, right? Like this should not count. Okay, I want to fix this. You don't want emojis? No, not emojis. This is trying to match this bracket to something else. So like if I have an opening bracket here and a closing bracket here, right? Like this is a scope, then it will, you see like this is red because this over here is matched with this one. Yeah. All right. Zaka knows how to fix this, so we'll wait. Welcome to the guest number game. Let's say that main is a function which does that. Right, there we go. And then we say call function main, whatever. That should work. Cast, run, eval, examples, yes. There you go. So this works. Then we are going to say that guest number is 5. And then later we will say to do RNG, right? The comments are being formatted incorrectly. Hopefully someone will fix it because I'm too lazy to work on that. If I do it before, then it will work. Okay. So what oh yeah, let's do this. Let's do type ascription. So over here I should say : int32, and it should do that automatically, right? So I need to understand what is an int32. I need to have type assertions. Let's do that. Syntax default. What's the priority of this? Where do I print it? In the I don't know, syntax. Core type ascribe. Yeah, I think it should be like above that. Maybe even here, but lower than the function application. Lower than the addition, probably. And over here, I think over here. Somewhere with the priority of like 8. So the syntax is, you know, expression is of type. And we have spaces around this thing. Okay. So this should already be highlighted and formatted. Okay. Yep. Huh? Yeah, and now we need to implement that as a syntax in the compiler or syntax. Type ascribe. Type ascribe. We say that we have expression and type to be children into tuple unwrap named to expression and type. Okay, so if this is a Siny expression, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? I just need to say that I will keep the result to be the same. right? Result. I will keep the result to be the same. But the type is oh wait, yeah. So the expression is compile of the same kind expression, right? And then if it is a sign, then it should be expression type. If it's a pattern, that it's a pattern type. And if it's expression, then it's expression type. I will return the expression, but I will say that type inference type expect inferred as. So this type should be expected to be the type. So this is expected type, right? This is expected, the one that I have in the description syntax. So this should be what? So this should be evaluated into a type. So expected type is. So this is where we get into the thing where compiler is an interpreter, because this expression, this over here is an AST. This AST needs to be converted into a type, and we do that by evaluating this AST in the interpreter. So expected type should be so I should have compiler evaluate. So the compiler can evaluate the things. Evaluate AST. Expected type. This is going to become a value. And then we need to convert the value because types are values, right? So expected type is match. I don't know. We should have something like value as type. Expect type. I don't know. When I'm evaluating, I want to give it the hint that I'm trying to evaluate a type. So this should be so I should evaluate to the type, which is type inferred t type, right? So the type of the type is type. We need to implement. So yeah, so this is going to be a type. Value expect type. Let expect type is a value into type, which is a function, and to match shape with type. Anything else, then we fail. Expected type got print value. $10 tech support fee. Let's see. Brackets fix. Basic text-based grammar is needed. In package.json contributes as grammar. To disable mixing of text-made token and server provides semantics token, change main TS. Register feature, new disable semantic token augment. Feature class disable semantic token augment. Build client capabilities. Augment syntax tokens is false. What does this even mean? Where is this documented? I thought you would be pointing me to the documentation. And what is a basic text-made grammar? I do have a basic text-made grammar. I mean, this is a basic text-made grammar, right? I have something there, but it is not cast at all. Is it actually going to use the text-made grammar to do the syntax, to do like the comments and string literals to fix brackets? But like, do I need this to actually match the language? Brackets work based on TextMate. Can I disable that functionality? No. It's how VS Code works. What if I make language mode Python, right? What if I have Python, and inside of Python I will say something like this, opening bracket, like this, right? But then I will also have f, and inside of an f I will say this, and over here I will have that, right? So how does this work? It's because like the format strings in Python actually are also done in the text-made grammar. The text-made grammar handles the format strings, does it? We can do that, right? And then it still matches this bracket to that bracket. Yeah, the brackets are matched correctly here. So this is done with TextMate. I'm just going to use the exclamation mark here instead for now. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it difficult to do the text-made grammar that like is good enough maybe for now? VS Code extension. This is the language, right? So strings, there we go. Strings begin with this and with that. Is that not correct? Keywords, strings. Comment line comment. Okay, I just copy this. Make it go here. Char lit. Fine. String lit. Fine. Line comment. / / and then anything. We instead say dot. Hashtag. Right? Why did you even escape the / / can doesn't need to be escaped, right? Block comment. Does this never end? Wait. Is the dot star only matching until the end? Can I have the block comments working? Block comments need begin and end. Okay. What if they are nested? Cast, source cast. File types KS. Okay, fine. Let's just copy paste what you did here. You could just make a pull request, you know? Because you already did this. Disable mixing of TextMate tokens and server. Change that. I feel like I don't even need that though. Do I? I didn't even like do this correctly. Anyway, this didn't work. String literal. This is a group. Question. I don't know regexes. What is a question mark? There's a nice short IndieDev story, 20 minutes. Maybe disabling token augment is needed. You never tried mixing? It was not working even before the semantic tokens were loaded. Like I press F5, it is not loading the cast language server immediately. And it is not working. I mean, the cast language server is not working right now because it's not even compiling. I don't even have semantics tokens right now. The comment don't work. This doesn't work. Is grammar specified? Let's see. TM language. No, it's not. Where should it be specified? Attributes grammars. Language. Cast. Scope name. Source cast. Syntaxes. Cast TM language. .json. Like that. That doesn't work. Can I say as underscore or something? As any? There we go. That's how you write JavaScript, right? I'm just not going to even start the language server. What exactly doesn't work? The grammar doesn't work, right? Like, why is it not highlighting this as a string? Right? This has been detected as cast. This grammar doesn't work. Is this grammar file not correct? Server should do semantic tokens. I disabled the server! Is this not a token? This is just patterns. Okay, but the brackets don't work at all. Like I want to disable the brackets inside of these patterns, right? So how do we do that? I mean, yeah, I guess so, like we need to specify this somewhere. Disable mixing of text made tokens as server. I don't understand. Link me to the documentation, not to like this. I don't understand this. This doesn't make sense to me. I want the documentation, or I don't know. ChatGPT. This pulled from Rust Analyzer. Yeah. How to make VS Code not try match parentheses inside strings and comments. Uses TextMate grammar by default. Enable it treats all parentheses equally unless grammar explicitly tells it not to. Use a better grammar. You must write a TextMate grammar that marks strings and comments as such. Define scopes. String quoted and comment line. Put that into your language, JSON. Disable bracket matching entirely. Where do I put this? Where do I put this? Bracket. Where is this? Does this go? Settings? No. Shouldn't it be specified in grammar? I don't know. Whatever. This hardcode behavior. It's documented somewhere, right? I want the link to the documentation. VS Code, coloring brackets. Like maybe the token needs to be like of a specific thing, of a specific like token type or something. I don't know. Make a pull request that makes it work, if you are interested. Maybe. Or we can just ignore that. Okay, I was doing type ascription. Oh, my Agda. Oh, it compiled. It only took 13 minutes. Oh shit, it installed it in my local folder. Can I uninstall it? Uninstall. Okay, so we need to evaluate ASD, and we also want something else. Yeah, I need to like return the expression here in the end. Over here. So compiler should know how not to compile, but how to eval. Right? because we need to have access to the interpreter. Maybe I should just have, wait, hold on, I just have state, which has the interpreter inside. Yeah, hold on. We can just do this, compiler state interpreter. And this, yeah, so I want to like, yeah, okay. All right, yep. We do want to, so before interpreting though, I need to compile it. Right? I need to compile the expected type into an expression. And then this expression needs to be evaluated. So we say compiler. Yeah, we also say that expected type should be expected to be inferred as a type. The type of a type is a type. And we say interpreter evaluate using compiler interpreter the expected type so this is now a value, and then we just say expect type, expect this to be a type. There we go. Although maybe this should be extracted into a method, because there will be a bunch of things like that, right? It's fine for now. Yeah, and expect type is already there. There we go. Well, hold on. This is just this can just work already probably. Cast compile examples. Yes, a number. This doesn't work because there is no core syntax type ascribe. Wait, what? Oh, because I did. Wait, no, I did edit. What do you mean there is no? Oh, because I did the underscore here. Okay. That's why. Cannot find int32. So now what happens is we're trying to figure out what is int32. We're trying to figure out what is int32. And int32 is obviously not defined, right? So what we should do is we should go to interpreter built-ins, I guess. So I should have another built-in, which is just int32, which is value type inferred type int32, something like this. So now we are going to know what it is. Compile. Now it says exception not found. It says exception not found. When I'm doing a let, what is not found? I hate the fact that the this thing. Yeah, I mean this is a map. This is not where I call the map find. Is there a way to actually fix the stack traces in OCaml so that I understand where the problem is happening? I'm evaluating, and then I'm just it's probably this one, the string map find, right? We need to say string map find opt, and then we do like option unwrap or else, you know. something like that. Function fail this not found, which is binding name. That's probably the one, if I guessed correctly. It says int32 is not found, but why is it not found if it is in the built-ins? Oh wait, I know why. Because the compiler, when I initialize the compiler, I initialize it with a different one. Yeah. That actually makes sense. When I initialize the compiler state over here, over here. Enter scope, core syntax, cast compiler. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, the compiler has an empty interpreter, which means that it's a different one that we actually use to run the program. But so like, yeah, so I'm trying to compile for a specific interpreter. What should we be able to have? But what is the interpreter that we should have at compile time is the question, right? Should it be the same one? Maybe it should be the same one. I don't know. Maybe we just use the interpreter here. I just say compile for this thing for now. But the thing is, like, if I do something in compile, it should not be there. Yeah, can I just say compile for that? I can use that. I can do that for now. This is going to work. Okay, yeah, it has been compiled. I'm just using the same bindings that are originally available to the interpreter, so they are available at compile time too, but it's like a different scope a little bit. Yeah, sure, fine. Oh wait, but this is a scope, interpreter scope. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird. Let's, you know what? Let's actually do the compiled for here. That's going to be the interpreter. To do compile for, figure out. Okay, it has been compiled. Can I evaluate this? I can, right? So now we can do type ascriptions, which is not super necessary right now because this is always an int32. I guess if I restart cast language server though. Okay, I feel like if we have a type ascription, then the language server should not have the inlay hint anymore, right? Because it's now duplicating it. This is an int32. This over here is a... Oh, yeah, by the way, this over here should be a type. We should have a type ascription. Potentially. Yeah, so I can hover on this. And I can like go to the definition of an int32. But this is right now not even part of the of the compiled stuff at all. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So we should, I think, have... So we have patterns. We have spans, types. And we should also have like potential descriptions. I feel like I want to, like, all of these have spans and types, right? Expressions, assign expressions, patterns. Not the bindings though. Just the expressions. So they should be like data, like that maybe. So data that I need is span type, and we will also have the type ascription, which is going to be like another expression basically, which is already calculated, but we will use it for like covers, right? Type ascription is an optional expression, right? Like that. Okay, now since I changed the types, we need to change a bunch of things. Print expression with spans. Data. Data span. Data. Data type. Data. Data span. Data span. This is type of this, so this should be argument data type, and this should be body data type. Okay. B. This is initializing the expression. Yeah. In all of these places. In all of these places should be data dot. Yeah, and this over here, I will say that data is span and type, right? And type ascription. Right, and type ascription is none. Data is this, and type ascription is none. So like when we first initialize the expression, it doesn't have the type ascription, then we attach it later. Wait, what do we have multiple type ascriptions? Potentially somehow. Shouldn't be possible to ascribe something twice, right? I kind of want to then over here say get data. So this should be that stuff. As types. Isn't that what I called it? Type abbreviation is cyclic. Type ascribe. So now I can just get this data here, right? So type is basically compiler. How do I refer to this concrete module? If I have two modules with the same name, now I cannot have access to that. Let's call this one C. C is the compiler. That's a good name for a compiler, right? C. Get data. Expression. like that. Expected type. Okay. Get span, get data. Kind. Oh, data span. I feel like I don't need that though. I just want the type hint. And the rest. Like that. We can simplify this code now. Wait, this pattern matching is non-exhaustive. Go, because of the lack of parentheses. Yeah, I just say that span is get data of compiled span inlay hints. Wait, shouldn't the type hint also be here? Yeah, whatever. Hover specifically, compiled data type, compiled data type, compiled data type. Span is compiled data span. Yeah, this could be maybe simplified, we'll see. Pattern binding, compiled data type. What is this? This is inlay hints. Yep. Get span. Get data. The data span is data span. Okay, everything works. Good. Okay. So now, when I do the type ascribe over here, what I will do is I will say that this expression. Wait, I can have like an no, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we will just the expression is still the same. It is just type ascribed. I could make like a type ascribed expression, but I don't think there is a need for it. Right? I just need to update the data. So this should be oh, but the type description is not mutable. And it should not be mutable. I should instead just construct a new one with updated data. Compiler, update data of expression. To be data with type ascription. I don't know, something like that. Let's have update data. Well, this will have function data into data. So if it is an expression, then we will return compiled with data b that. I need to duplicate that, right? The definition has type or data, compiled kind. No, it's not. Oh, because this should return A. There we go. The type ascription here was wrong. Okay, so we have that, and then the type ascription should not be none. First of all, I should see that if data type ascription is some, then I will like, I don't know, fail. There is already type ascription. Should then like do proper like error reporting somehow later. Anyway, type ascription is going to be some type ascription expression. Which is this. Expected type expression. Expected type expression. There you go. And then when we are doing the inlay hints, yeah, this is the hint for this one. And then there's the rest. Rest is depending over there. But we should also rest, append that, and then append an append ascription so ascription is this is data. Data type ascription sequence up yeah, and this should be like inlay hints for that, right? So this should be just inlay hints for expression like that. The description is sequence. This should be flat map. There you go. So yeah, basically, if the type description is a complex expression, I want to see type descriptions inside of that complex expression, right? If we have a yeah, and then like all the other parts too. Formatting is going to get rid of the type description though here, right? No, formatting is not, because formatting is working on the AST. Processing, selection range working on the AST. Semantic tokens. That's going to be fine. Other. We have data. Other. We have that. I'm not updating this span, by the way. Interesting. Which makes sense. So the span contains is going to be false. But I will say that I should return the thing. That is in the type description, right? Match data type description with none. Okay, now I want to return early once again. I want to return early once again. So we're going to try. With, nope. No, with return. Down. Can I just use the with return again? So maybe it will work this time. With return. Can I do that? Looks like it works actually. So now if we have the type description, we are going to hover expression, type description expression with position. And then if this is sum, sum hover, then I want to return sum hover. Okay, good enough. Let's see, restart language server. There you go. So now I can hover on the int32. So we know that int32 is a type, right? Int32 is a type. I cannot define my own types yet. This is the only one. We can hover on this. Also, since I have the type description here, I think this should be removed, right? So I should only have inlay hints for those that are not type ascribed. Can you check the type of a type? I cannot hover on the hover, right? We should have like the type of a type. If we store the type of a type in a variable, right? Like I can say something like let x be int32, right? Like that should work. So x over here is a type, right? But yeah, x is a type, and a type of a type is a type. That's how we do it, right? We hover on x here. No, I mean, yeah. That's a type. The type of a type is a type. There you go. I was just checking it, right? The type of an int is a type. That's the type of a type. Or do you mean the type of this type? Then I need to the type of expression or something. We can have the type of expression, by the way. Maybe immediately here. The type of value type, yeah. Hold on, let me just finish what I was doing. What was I doing? What was I doing? I need to do something. Oh, I need to remove the inlay hint. Inlay hint. Inlay hint. So we have this type hint, just string option. Right, I'm returning sometimes, yeah, over here. This. Just for the pattern. But I'm just going to say that I mean, type hint should just be the type, right? Type hint is an optional type, right? And then I say that type hint is type hint option map option type make string colon type print type, right? Like only over here. But also I should say option filter. Is there no filter? How do I like I mean, I just say that if data type description is some then none, else this, right? There we go. So now this should not be doubled if I restart language server. There you go. So we still have type description over here. By the way, should I have the type description when I define a function? Maybe this also should not always be there. Because we kind of have, maybe like we should have the inlay hint over here, specifying what the function returns, like this, you know? That this returns nothing, because that has been inferred. Right? Yeah, that probably makes sense. Like over here in the... right? Like we have this doubled, that the function takes a string and it's over here taking a string. There is no reason to do that, maybe. Anyway, so if I remove this, then we are going to have the hint. Otherwise, we have it like that. There we go. Type description. So we can type ascribe anything. Right? For example, in this example, right? In this example, we make a function that takes argument of s, and we can say that s is a string, right? For that to work, though, we need to specify what a string is. So cast interpreter built-ins. Can I just say here types? You know, types is like I just want to have the this, you know. And then I'm going to say list map. Function name and type into name and shape is value type inferred type. Yeah, this should return string and value. Parenthesis. There we go. So now I can add another type, which is string. You know what? Let's add other types too. Unbound constructor. String. String type shape list. Yeah, there you go. What are the other types? We have units, string, tuple, type, and function, right? So yeah, this one is are the simples. So we have a unit. Unit should. I mean, let's have this unit. Like they call it unit in OCaml too, but it is supposed to just be written as the opening closing bracket. String, and then we also have type, which is the type. Type. Okay, there we go. So this just asserts that this function takes a string, right? We can assert that printing is unit. Unit is a type. And now, by the way, so we can now we can, as you asked, say that you know, x is type, which is int 32, right? We can do that. So now I can hover the type, and you see that the type of a type is a type. And because type is now known to the thing. Okay. So we have that. More types. Not more types, not more types known, but whatever. Okay, we want to continue doing the guess a number. We want this to work. RNG, I mean, I can have an RNG. I just have a RNG 10, right? RNG 10. This is not compiling right now because RNG is not known. But we can have a built-in RNG native function. RNG, which takes an argument. Argument must be an int x random int max int 32 max like this. So this means that we can do an RNG. Easy. We're not specifying the types, right? So when I say a native function, yeah, native function should not always take a string and return a unit. Yeah. We should say native function argument is type returns result is type, right? So this should be argument and this should be result. Specifically, the print has the argument of type string and result is unit. But the RNG is the one that takes an int32 and returns an int32. Right? Yeah. So now if I try to restart language server, it does not work. Beautiful. Not colon. I mean yes, but this syntax is like that. Restart. So we know that RNG is now a function from int into an int. There we go. Good. Yes. I feel like I should stop for now, though. It's late already. I think we just implement the missing features for the guessing game, and then we'll see. Might do some stuff off stream again, because I'm too addicted to making this. Orangey. Or maybe like instead of this, we should immediately get the std like as an object. Instead of having like these specified in the interpreter, we should have the same as before. We should have the standard library. We should be able to retrieve the native things from the interpreter. And have a standard library. So that I would actually be able to go to the definition of a print, because that would be defined in the standard library. Yeah. Which means that we also should have other things like yeah, there's a lot. I'm just not sure what is a good thing to start with. Good enough progress for today. I will go rest now. Boop 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 beep boop beep boop 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 boop. There's still time to start LLVM compiler. Yeah, but I mean, we can start with LLVM compiler immediately, I guess. Like from the very beginning, I can start with JavaScript compiler also immediately from the very beginning, even before the language is like, before I implement more features, right? We can have all of these. So and then when I add a simple feature, I will need to support it in the language server, in the JavaScript compiler, in the native compiler, in the interpreter, everywhere. Maybe it's good to have all of the things from the beginning, actually. I don't know. Is it? I'll think about it. Alright, whatever. I'm just going to end. See you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.